ओके गाइस, गुड टू गो। एवरीवन जो ऊपर बालकनी में है, जिनका काम नहीं है, प्लीज़ जल्दी से नीचे आ जाओ। मेरे को वहाँ पर बहुत लोग दिख रहे हैं। प्लीज़ जो भी बालकनी में वो ले लो।
Reaching a mighty mountain summit is a feeling of great thrill and honor. Similarly, today we have completed a journey and reached the most awaited event of the year, the International Economic Summit. A very good morning and a warm welcome to one and all. I sincerely welcome everyone to the second day of Viksit Bharat International Economic Summit. I, Lucky Mulani,
and I, Anisha Savardekar, will be your host for today. This event is brought to you by our sponsors and partners, powered by Eclipse Builders, who illuminates our path. Geosphere, our promotional partner, helps us reach out to you. Mind Faces, our college community partner, who helps bridge the gap between students and their dreams. Eve Paper, our media partner, who captures the best moments. Manas Rekha Enterprises, our walkie-talkie partner, who ensures seamless communication throughout the event. Allure Candles, our official candle partner, adds a scent of enthusiasm. The Cake Bake, our official cake partner, who adds a sweetness to every occasion. And Satu Sweets and Snacks, our official food partner. We also extend our gratitude to Ideal Management Education, House of Sense, Lumen Artistry for their invaluable support. We would now like to present a short documentary that expresses the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047 International Economic Summit.
The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change underscores a sobering reality. Our Earth's average surface temperature has surged by 1.1 degrees Celsius since the pre-industrial era. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration adds another alarming note, revealing a 30% increase in the acidity of surface ocean waters. Industrial Revolution. The World Wildlife Fund echoes this urgency, reporting unprecedented rates of biodiversity loss, with species disappearing at an alarming pace. As we grapple with these environmental challenges, the World Health Organization delivers a stark prognosis. 7 million premature deaths annually are linked to air pollution, a direct consequence of fossil fuel combustion. In a testament to human resilience and determination, sustainable development emerges not as a mere option, but as an imperative for our collective well-being. It transcends being a slogan. It is a strategic and ethical approach to securing a viable future. In a glimmer of hope, data from the International Renewable Energy Agency paints a picture of progress. Global renewable energy capacity soared to more than 3,000 gigawatts at the end of 2022. with hydro and solar energy spearheading this transformative journey. The Bonn Challenge, aiming to restore 350 million hectares of deforested and degraded land by 2030, gains momentum, finding allies in countries like India and Ethiopia, which champion large-scale tree planting initiatives. On the waste reduction front, Japan's three-year initiative Reduce, Reuse, Recycle charts a course toward a circular economy. This collective action stands as a testament to humanity's proactive stance against climate change. By adopting sustainable techniques and embracing a shared responsibility, we are forging a more responsible and sustainable path forward.
As we conclude this documentary, let us remember the challenges we face, like biodiversity loss and air pollution. Humanity's active efforts hope for a good and sustainable future. Together, I believe we can make a difference and preserve our planet for the generations to come.
As we embark on this extraordinary journey of knowledge, inspiration, and innovation, we are delighted to offer you a look into the exciting story reflecting the journey that brought us here. Let's revisit the collective efforts that shaped the International Economic Summit as we unveil our before movie.
What is kidnapping for you? It has been a beautiful accident, never meant to happen, but going to be a magical experience.
FKC is like home to me. I keep coming back to it like the ocean waves come back to the shore.
Tech really helped me to improve myself, and I didn't want to say शुरुआत भोजपुरी में की थी, but अब मजा आ रहा है।
At FKC, my work is to. What was my work?
Tell people to switch on the camera during online meetings.
And to ensure that all your panelists show up on day.
It has been an amazing journey with all those sleepless nights. The best part is I expected to get into admin but got into coding.
That was an exhilarating experience to revisit our memories. Now, I would like to request our guests to please come on the dais.
To grace this occasion, we have with us our Principal in Charge, Dr. Tejashri Shanbag Ma'am, our Vice Principal, Dr. Shalini Sinha Ma'am, our Vice Principal, Dr. Smarjit Pati Sir, Head of the Department of Economics, Dr. Professor Ravi Kiran Garje Sir, our Chief Guest for today, Dr. Subramanyam Kusnur Sir, our Assistant Professor and also the convener for the summit, Mr. Rohit K. Pitle Sir with us, and of course you, our lovely audience gathered here. We would now request our Principal in Charge, Dr. Tejashri Shanbag Ma'am, to present a token of appreciation to our Chief Guest, Dr. Snoor Sir. We would request our Dr. Ravi Kiran Garje Sir to felicitate our Vice Principals, Dr. Shalini Sinha Ma'am and Dr. Smarjit Padi Sir. And lastly, we would like to also felicitate our Principal, Dr. Tejashri Shanbag Ma'am. I request Ravi Kiran Garje Sir to please felicitate Ma'am.
We would now request Mr. Rohit K. Pitle Sir to felicitate Dr. Ravi Kiran Garje Sir. As the dignitaries settle down, I would now like to give a small introduction about HSNCU University. As Malcolm X once said, education is the passport for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. The Hyderabad Sindh National Collegiate Board, also known as HSNC Board, is one of the most prominent educational boards of Maharashtra that has set up 17 educational institutions in and around Mumbai. That is the establishment of a new state cluster university. The HSNC University has been approved by RUSA and the government of Maharashtra. It is the first state cluster university to be set up in government-private management body partnership, and the Governor of Maharashtra as its Chancellor and eminent industrialist, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani Sir, as its first provost. This university, with multiple faculty members, aims to achieve new paradigms of education. It wishes to harness the energy and enthusiasm of knowledge, research, innovation, service to society, and entrepreneurship to shape the young and dynamic population of India. Today, we find ourselves assembled at Kishan Chand Chelaram College, an institution that has been a stronghold of scholarly brilliance since its inception in 1954. Upholding its motto, knowledge and character, KC College goes beyond traditional education and molding individuals who are not only knowledgeable but also empathetic leaders. Known for its dedication to scholarly superiority, research, and comprehensive growth, KC College shines as a lighthouse of learning and encouraging a future where wisdom is intertwined with honesty and promoting beneficial justice on a global scale.
Having gained some insights into the HSNCU University, we shall now proceed to introduce the committee and the initiative that made this International Economic Summit possible. The Economics Forum of KC College is a premier economics society ardently fostering enthusiasm for economics and finance, cultivating leadership qualities in students through active engagement and diverse responsibilities. KC creates an environment for personal and professional growth, encouraging students to transcend comfort zones with confidence and diverse interactions. FKC is honored to host the International Economic Summit in alignment with the topic of sustainable development and economic growth, drawing inspirations from the G20 summit hosted by India in 2023. It offers a forum to junior and senior academics from reputable universities to look into and analyze topics important to economic growth, share their opinions, and learn from the experts in the field.
The Viksit Bharat at 2047 is a campaign launched by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, which embodies a visionary mission. The Viksit Bharat at 2047 International Economic Summit is an initiative crafted by HSNCU University to inspire the young minds of the nation to envision a developed India by 2047, that is, marking the 100th year of independence. It encourages them to explore steps essential to manifest their vision and contribute to the realization of a prosperous and advanced India in 2047. Today, head of the economics department at KC College. With a PhD in economics, he possesses extensive knowledge across a broad range of subjects. His diverse interests highlight a comprehensive understanding of economic dynamics. I would now like to call upon Sir to please enlighten us with the introduction of the International Economic Summit.
So this is the second day of our summit, International Economic Summit. I requested our principal, Madam, Vice Principal, Samarjit Pade, and Chalanjina. Actually, we had a meeting there. We are selecting Mr. Casey, Miss Casey candidate. So the entire day will be busy. I am also there. I told them that without you people, it's just not possible to start second day. And they said that let's see that we will come and we will immediately. You know that we are targeting about Vikasit Bharat 2047. But why 2047? Why not earlier? Maybe 2030 also we can do that. Once you know that we are the third largest economy in the world in purchasing power parity. So it is just possible. We can achieve that Vikasit Bharat by 2030 with your cooperation and with your contribution, along with experts like Subramaniam sir. So what do we require to make our country Vikasit Bharat? Vikasit Bharat means not just increasing national income, just increasing per capita income. What we require, we have to see that what are the issues are there, particularly unemployment, which is increasing, skill unemployment, unskilled unemployment, that we have to see how we can take that problem, how we can reduce the poverty, how we can improve our educational institutions. With we can say that can we provide the free education to almost everybody, quality education? Can we provide health facilities to everybody? I have to see. Today you are going to learn something about what can we provide the water to everybody in our country. Drinking water facilities is possible or not. Yesterday we have seen that you made the Mountaineer. Is it that? Kuntal, you met him. Okay, you already met Ajit Gokhale also. They said about that what is happening about the global warming and how the pollution is increasing. Today Subramaniam sir will tell you about that, how we can conserve the water and we can improve our society. So I have seen that all the volunteers were working very hard and they made the second day successful. Yesterday we were struggling to get the participants, but now I can see that more participants are there. So this is the third year TAPE KC has started, and I can see that we can move forward, and next year definitely we can try to get our Nobel laureate Amartya Sen and Abhijit Banerjee along with Prime Minister. Okay, so thank you. Please carry on. Sure.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. Now we have our chief guest of the day, Dr. Subramania Kusnur. Dr. Subramania Kusnur is the esteemed founder, chairman, and CEO of Aquacrafts Venture, sustainable enterprise dedicated to creating actionable solutions for drinking water and sanitation. Known as the new waterman of India, his contributions to the field are highly regarded. He holds the position of treasurer in the governing council of UN Global Compact Network India, further demonstrating his commitment to the sustainable development. In recognition to his significant contributions, he was honored with the US President's Medallion Award in November 2023. Dr. Kusnur also lends his expertise to the Ministry of Water Supply in Sri Lanka as a consultant. He is an alumnus of Mumbai University, further solidifying his strong academic foundation. His work continues to make a profound impact in the field of water management and sanitation. I would now like to call Sir to please enlighten us with his words of wisdom.
Good morning, friends. How are you all? Nice to see such a nice gathering early in the morning at 9 o'clock. So I hope all of you are fresh and awake because I'm just getting up. Well, the theme of Vikasit Bharat, I guess it's very important for me to say this, that when I was invited by Rohit to address you students, that time I humbly said that all I can do is I will share my experience. because the future of this country and the future of this world is in your hands. You're going to be the sculptors, you're going to be the architects. And I'm sure when Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji talked about the Viksit Bharat 2047, he definitely relies on the fact that India's demographic dividend is going to play a major role in redefining the way India is looked at and redefining the way India will function. With around 60% of the population below the age of 28 and around 75% of the population which are still working, I think India is very well poised to take or create benchmarks, role models. Already it is doing. And that's when I thought it is good for me to come and share my experiences, share my thoughts, learn from you all, interact with you all. I want this to be an interactive thing if you guys are open with it. Economics is a very interesting subject. If you don't have money, you have nothing. But what is economics? And why are we talking about economics in sustainability? And can I ask what one means by sustainability? Anybody? Please share your thoughts. Yeah. The natural resources. Okay, that's a good point. Anybody else? I will actually try and take you through a small presentation which I made. Rohit, sir, how much time do we have? Okay. So I'll just take you initially through a small presentation and then share our experiences on how we started the business of water and where we have come now. And then probably discuss with you how, the entire framework of sustainability economics pans out. So, do you think, it's a very interesting slide that we begin with, economic growth and sustainability in tandem. You know why the font in tandem is different? Because are we really sure whether sustainability can drive economic growth or whether economic growth can drive sustainability? One second. Yeah. So these are the broad contents which I'll be talking about. I'll just share what we mean by economic growth, sustainable development, and then in the end, I'll talk about how water stewardship can create some sort of sustainability in access to water, and then we will delve into the economics of that particular thing. So what is economics? Another question I want to ask, because I'm not an economist. Rohit sir, you would want to just tell us what is economics? Thank you very much. I learned a lot today. So basically, to my mind, as a layman, economics is nothing else but the need and the value of the need and the means to achieve that need. Now, need is different types. 88 to 90% of the population in the world is in the area of need, which is basics, roti, kapda, and makan. The balance, 7 to 8% is in the range of what we call as middle class and higher middle class, who have got aspirations beyond needs to go for a holiday, to acquire a house, to acquire a car, and so on and so forth. And just the balance 2% of them who live in luxury drive the 98% of economics. So there is a huge divide between the have and the have-nots. And getting equitability amongst all these people is something which is very fundamental to basic human rights. So while people are grappling for basics, And while other people are sort of aspiring for something basics, there is a class of people who can actually contribute, which is the industry, which is the philanthropy, and which is the contribution towards making the world a better place to live. So to start with, these 2% are going to drive the change across 98%. Now, how will this pan out in terms of who's going to spend what for whom? And that is a question that we are looking at right now, and that is what will define sustainability and economics as a whole. Sorry. Natural capital. We have all seen the growth of the world, and especially India after independence went through rampant industrialization. A rampant industrialization was needed because the country had to grow, and at that time the government of India and then Prime Minister called upon existing business houses to come and start contributing in the development of the nation. That's when conglomerates like the Tatas, the Birlas, the state banks, and all other companies, large weaving mills, large cloth mills, refineries, and food processing units were set up. And these were the people who actually started creating the growth. When I mean growth, these are the people who invested in building infrastructure, who invested initially in building large manufacturing units, which in turn created large-scale employment, and beyond doing large-scale employment, they also created a huge social infrastructure for their employees and the locations where they were doing. Today it's called CSR. So these are the conglomerates who actually invested heavily and built upon large greenfield programs, the Tata Steels and then the Birla Mills and a whole bunch of activities. The State Bank of India, which was called Imperial Bank earlier, also invested in every branch around it in terms of increasing the quality of life amongst people around that. So there was a lot of money value which got invested into it, which we are leveraging today. After the industrial growth came what is known as the knowledge growth. Come 2000, the entire population of India, which was more or less a curse at that time, suddenly became an asset because India could produce technology experts, technology wizards, software specialists, software programmers, which then started servicing the whole world. So the entire world started looking towards India, where education became very, very important, and everybody during our time when we graduated aspired to have one technology degree or a one technology post-graduation to try and make the best of it. And history is witness that we built giants like Infosys, TCS, Wipro. Today, despite the challenges that Bangalore faces in infrastructure, every foreign company in the world is working with these particular corporations, outsourcing their data, outsourcing their processes, and building global processing units. Classic example is Boeing. Boeing's largest outsourced facility is in Bangalore today. So a lot of money at that time got invested into education. And education became a direct counterproductive activity to economic growth and job growth. While all these things were happening, the Millennium Development Goals came up. What were the Millennium Development Goals? Millennium Development Goals were goals defined by a conference of countries. Agreed and which realized that the world is going through a major challenge in terms of climate action, climate crisis, and climate action was giving that to a lot of force measures like famines, droughts, floods, a whole bunch of natural disasters which were beyond any comprehension or control. That's when the countries got together to understand and realize and recognize that the world was the risk, nature was at the risk. That is when the entire focus towards climate change, then came the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and then came, now we see a lot of conference of parties, and last year itself we had a large COP28 in Dubai, which basically talked about how we can restore the world. So natural capital, which is the core to existence and core to sustainability, has been far, not recognized or neglected rather. So as we see the evolution beyond the Industrial Revolution, the typical mankind evolution also started with man coming into the picture, and then the divine force, some may call it God, some may call it anything else, then created what is earth, they created water, they created the plants, they created food, then everything started happening to support mankind and support livelihood. But as the mankind evolved, a lot of focus went on creating larger needs, larger in terms of habitats, in terms of industrialization, in terms of mechanism, and all these things. While we evolved as a mankind, as in a world, we forgot nature and we went on distorting it. Basic example is trees to build buildings. Trees are the biggest holder of water. Trees are the biggest emitters of oxygen. They are the biggest assimilators of carbon dioxide. It's a natural climate change. Today we do not need technologies to do that. It's a natural thing. Similarly, the only source of water is groundwater. What happens? The groundwater basically created by rainwater. But with a lot of pollution happening, clouds getting distorted, the entire water cycle, life cycle is getting distorted, and the source of water, which is rain, is also getting completely challenged. Similarly, oceans. Oceans have been distorted totally. Biodiversity is going down completely. So what is happening is that the core to existence and core to life, which is nature, has been far ignored. And natural capital and nature capital is something which we feel forms the fulcrum of any economic dissertation or discussion. So interdependence. So I talked about it. So there's a huge amount of interdependence on how we exploit nature. There is mining happening, there is extraction happening, there is raw materials that comes from nature, then you have a whole amount of processing that happens, then comes design, then comes massive production, use, reuse. Reuse is what we are talking right now in the last decade, but till such time it was just used. Collection and now recycling. So technically what happens is that any environmental distortion has a direct impact on the effective economic yield coming out of that particular activity. So what we are talking about, I'm sure all of you all would have learned the hedging mechanism, hedging risks, both on the financial standpoint and on the operational standpoint. Now all these concepts are spoken very, very vociferously, talked about, models being built, but there is very, very limited call to action. Practicing these models in reality, in tandem, interdependence on economic growth, environmental sustainability, need of a human being. Believe you me, the need of the human being is supreme in every discussion. So if tomorrow we need a certain element of commodity, for sure. I'll give you a very classic example. There's a huge amount of Indian diaspora which lives in Canada and which lives in the US. There was a time last year when meat exports were banned. That's the time Indians didn't have rotis. Now, what happens is that suddenly the cost of the wheat, which was normal, goes up tremendously. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the human desire is the biggest driver of economic needs. And these economic needs need to be clearly understood from a demand and supply standpoint. So human again comes back at every discussion in terms of what they need, which trade the society needs what, and which strata of the society has more, where we can sort of get them on the equilibrium from a basic standpoint. Aspirations and luxury are relative, but basics are a right of everybody, and that is what needs to be done. And that is one of another fulcrums of sustainability to my mind. Please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just sharing my experiences. So this is a very interesting tale which I like to tell every. We do a lot of work water, and there is a crop called a sugar cane, which is part of a daily life, which is the need of a daily life of every human being. That is sugar, that's processed sugar. But a farmer, when he is tilling sugar cane, and before this I was in a professional career in financial services, where we had created a decision support system for a farmer to decide which crop they can plant and what kind of yield they can get. Sugarcane, I don't know how many of you all know, is a water guzzling crop. And Western Maharashtra is the biggest producer and cultivator of sugarcane. So there is a classic example of a village where a farmer year on year, season on season, started cultivating sugarcane. And sugarcane draws a lot of water from the ground. Effectively, the total groundwater table started going down dramatically. The lower the groundwater table, the higher the contamination. The higher the contamination, the higher the public health risk. And access to water. So what happens is, because of the act of a particular farmer, the entire village started suffering because the water table of the groundwater, which is the only source for drinking water, whole is still to evolve. And the fundamental problem is entire activity is that measuring emissions is not possible. It is relative. It is reporting. Today, if you say I have saved, 20 grams of carbon, I have made carbon and measured it. But if I say today I have harvested 3 liters of water, I can measure it because it's a finite activity. So the biggest challenge with carbon is that it is blurry. The measurement is blurry. Number one. Number two, investment bank and funds picked up the entire activity. As I talked about water credit, picked up carbon credit as a whole and started washing, saying that I have done this much, I have reported this much. EU came with the first regulations as far as carbon reporting is concerned. Then came up several registries like VERA, then OCGC, and so on and so forth. But the voluntary carbon market is very vibrant. The regulated carbon market is not vibrant because there is no reporting mechanism, there is no monitoring mechanism, there is no measurement mechanism. So whatever is happening is functioning on a self-reporting manner. So we took cue from that. We saw the way the entire protocol emerged. And we thought that it's important for us to make a simple model for water. And happy to know that March 22nd is the UN World Water Day. We are launching the International Water Sustainability Coalition, where we are getting governments and corporates to come together and agree on a mechanism of measuring water, reporting water, and creating a value for water, water financing, water and water exchange. So we are trying to build a consortium of large corporations and a few countries and try and build a pilot town and take this pilot across various activities. So carbon market will also evolve. There are a lot of regulations there which are preceding the growth. We thought we'll first build a model as a self-regulatory mechanism and then submit it for growth. I don't know whether that answers the question. Anybody else? Yes, please. See, the first thing is that the ESG reporting has come. The BRS report Okay, environmental impact in ESG also is also becoming a very um, relative activity. So it needs to be driven as a culture. It cannot be driven as a regulation. So today, if you're a group of people sitting here, and I'll tell you the first environmental impact that you guys can do, will you agree to do that? Stop using this. This is poison. TDS of this is less than 20. It's hung water. It's done by a process called as RO. WHO says RO is a corrosive technology. And the Public Foundation says rampant spread of pandemic in India is extensive use of this. When you drink this, you are consuming microplastics, which are directly impacting your kidney and your renal system. When you are disposing this, you are creating an environmental risk. It is a culture of sustainability. What I'm trying to say is a culture of sustainability. Suppose I've requested a lot of corporates who have banned this now. They put filtration systems in every floor. They've kept glass bottles. They ask them, go and take water and come. I'm sorry, I didn't carry my small this thing. So after having done all this innovation, we built a small thing which is as big as this, which you can put to any tap, and clean water will come out. If there's rainwater also, you take a bottle and plug it on that, muddy water, clean water will come out. We made what move. But you have to clean that internal pre-filter once in 15 days or a month, like thing. And water filters. All big, great design, lot of lights, this thing, and somebody comes twice a year and does something and goes, we really don't know what it does. So it's important for you to inculcate a sense of sustainability within yourself and team, saying that if I have to do some environmental action, do something on my own also. I can't leave it to automation. So suppose if I'm doing waste management today, if something is now whatever plastic we are getting in the market, we are taking it, making it, and making toilet boards out of it. The toilets out of recycled plastic, whatever is there. But eventually, we are implementing water ATMs, we are implementing these small kinds of things. Eventually, we are saying plastic has to be banned, which is the biggest culprit for the environment. Within you have to set a goal for yourself. And that is what I tell all corporate boards whenever they invite me. Don't talk about what you can do. Talk about how you can create a sense of sustainability inherent in your existence, in your people. If your people are just towards the planet, you don't have to do any reporting. Automatically it will be taken care of. Control waste, manage emissions. Personally, don't waste food, don't throw food, conserve water, conserve tea. These things contribute to 90% of environmental impacts. And then as a corporate level activity, whatever you do. Today you ban this across your campus. So we are creating what is known as water sustainability score. We are giving a score. This is done with a leading advertising agency called as Leo Burnett. And we're giving scores where you put your score on your brand. Tomorrow, your college, you can put, my score is 81. So whenever somebody is wanting to take an admission, they will come and take an admission in a conscious, environmentally conscious college. To people on a Valentine's Day. And if he doesn't have a sustainability in his mind or her mind, discard them. Put a score on them. What I'm trying to say is that culture is important, individual action is important, rest everything is relative. Thank you. Thank you, my dear friends. Stay in touch.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome Mr. Hamza Khan. As an award-winning entrepreneur and internationally acclaimed keynote speaker, Mr. Khan has left an indelible mark with his TEDx talk, Stop Managing, Start Leading, which has amassed over 2 million views. Alongside his captivating speaking engagements, Mr. Khan is also the visionary founder of Skills Scam, a pioneering organization dedicated to equipping individuals with essential soft skills. His organization dedicated to equipping individuals with soft skills. His passion for fostering human-centric workplaces is evident in his tireless efforts to collaborate with businesses and educational institutions. Today, we have the privilege of hosting Mr. Hamza Khan, an alumnus of the esteemed University of Toronto, as he shares invaluable insights and expertise with us. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause for Mr. Khan.
You know what we're going to name you? We're going to call you Thanos or Voldemort or Darth Vader. Apparently my parents did that. I'm an author, I'm an editor, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm the co-founder of Skills Camp, a soft skills training company, as well as Imperative, a generative leadership company. And I'm absolutely thrilled to serve as a guest speaker for this marquee HNSC University event. From Adobe to Microsoft and from Pepsi all the way to TikTok, I'm trusted by across the planet to help their people thrive and not just survive, but thrive in the future of work. And it's an absolute honor to be trusted by the event organizers, your esteemed event organizers, to empower each and every single one of you gathered here today. Brilliant faculty, staff, and students of KC College, bound together by shared visions of a developed India. Over the next 45 minutes, I'm going to share a wealth of information with you. It's honestly going to be a bit of a whirlwind. And so if you are planning on taking notes, may the force be with you. But rest assured knowing you are going to receive a copy of slides, and I'm going to remain a resource to you long after this is done, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. So even though it's going to be a whirlwind, I promise to make the process a breeze. If you get lost at any point in this presentation, I want you to numbers 1, 3, and 6. I'm going to offer you one warning, but don't be alarmed. This is to help you develop complete situational awareness as you navigate change. Then I'll share 3 human-centric values with you. Now, the good news is that you already possess these values, but I'm going to help you go pro at them. And finally, we'll end with 6 corresponding actions to transform all of this into reality. And my goal of this talk is to help each and every single one of you to transcend survival mode, whatever that looks like for you as a student, as a staff member, as a faculty member, and to perpetually fit in the future of work, to make renewal automatic, perpetual, and inevitable, and to make this as easy and fun for you as possible. So whether you're in your first year or your final year, whether you're one of our honorable patrons or a hardworking student organizer feeling today, one more time, that's polev.com/Hamza Khan. And go ahead and drop a pin on whichever one of these emojis how you're feeling today. I'll see if I can also expand the QR code for you here, just in case you need that.
I request everyone to scan the QR code and share your thoughts. Like, what's your mood right now?
And you can also go back to that link, that's polev.com/Hamza Khan. It might just take a few seconds to load. And I'll say again that I'm sad that I'm not there with you in person. It looks like a fantastic event. I've been following along on Instagram. Congratulations to all of you for making this happen. It's truly inspiring. This is very rare. I wonder why there's nobody dropping a pin. I see you scanning the photo. Scanning the QR. But I'm wondering if anybody's running into any tech issues. It's no problem about me. Okay, fantastic. I see a pin already. That's very good to see. That, for the most part, you seem to be. And if you are, by any chance, feeling in the red, the orange, or even the yellow, let me take you to the right as possible. Increase the resolution of your answers a little bit. A second question I'd like to ask you is this. With the one emoji, and by the way, these are completely anonymous answers, so state exactly how it is that you're feeling with any emoji of your choice. QR code one more time, just in case. Okay, I love it. It's very good. That's a very, so many variations on the happy face. I'm not sure exactly what I would type that particular smile emoji. Would I type in smile plus blush? I have no idea, but thank you for reminding me that this one does exist. Oh, look at that one. That's a beautiful one as well. Thank you. So So now that we know the technology is working and there is a bit of a lag, it's taking some time, no problem. Let me ask you another question, a slightly bigger question for you, seconds to answer. What is a challenge that you're currently facing in your academic or professional career? At the moment, I'm dealing with a great fear of the unknown, dealing with the unknown in the form of artificial intelligence, reality, virtual reality, how those are going to shape the future of work, an uncertain economy, of course,
Everyone,
and
we
a
put the
volatile,
link up.
uncertain, complex, and ambiguous future of work. Out here, I'm feeling stuck, feeling confused, leading into the dark without any proper guidance. Confused, very good. Keep it coming. This is good. I appreciate how candid you're being, deciding what exactly that makes me happy. You're not alone. Lost. Like some people are answering the previous slide with emojis. Or you might be responding to this question with the crying emojis. Thinking about the future. No, no Valentines. You're in the right place. Hopefully there's other people just like you. Mainly the focus on studying, but also the college friends and some of them being superficial. Somebody really took anonymity of exactly how they feel. Too afraid to step into the corporate world, overwhelmed, and I'm interesting pairing of answers. The challenge of not knowing things in the future and still a bit nervous with the event. Competition. This is very, very rich. And stay on this slide and unpack all the answers you're giving me, but allow me over the next few minutes to try to take you on a journey to resolve as many of these challenges as possible. So thank you again. One more question before I take the wheel. Do you consider yourself to be a leader? Good sense coming into any event if people think of themselves as leaders, but with this particular, I'm not actually so sure. So 74% of you say yes, which is good. I do believe you are leaders. But 32% say somewhat. They're not entirely sure if they're leaders, and I understand why you might, percent of you don't feel like you're leaders. Very interesting. Leadership development, which includes formal mentorship, constitutes a global billion-dollar industry, and yet, to quote leadership pioneer Dr. James McGregor Burns, it remains one of the least understood phenomena on Earth. However, late Dr. Burns would be pleased to learn that we have understood quite a lot since he received his doctorate in 1947. Leadership has been refined down to a science. According to groundbreaking research published in the journal Current Biology, leadership across species, this is true for humans, it's true for animals, is the propensity to act first in coordination problems. And this is measurable and across the contemporary literature. Leaders are the likeliest to act first. So even if you don't have anyone reporting into you, your decision to be here today, and I can see many of you, you look fantastic. By virtue of your decision to attend this event, you have all demonstrated very clearly all the possible faculty, staff, and students across the entire HNSC system, you are the ones who acted first. In the context of your career, leadership is less about titles, seniority, or specific responsibility. The impetus to step up, to shake off the doubt, to take ownership of your academic development. As you know, I'm a fellow leader, and true story, 15 years ago, on my first day in my very first meeting as a leader, I received a very peculiar set of instructions from my boss. So there I was, sitting in the University of Toronto, in my slacks, shiny shoes, basically looking like SpongeBob SquarePants with a note, eager to receive my boss at the time, a man named Alan. I want you to write yourself out of me squirm in my seat. He explained himself. He said, think about it, Hamza. If you do this correctly, the team will be wildly successful. And he broke, make yourself obsolete. You have to hire strategically, train effectively, mentor generously, shape culture, establish processes, determine succession, remove obstacles, and empower others. And you will have known you have succeeded. Hands off. For a minute. Sort of made sense, but not quite, because out of a job. So I replied to Alan, I said, all of this sounds great. Being of service to others as a leader, the right thing to do, but strategically I wasn't so sure. But I went ahead with it. And man, what an adventure it has been. I'm convinced nearly that my entire career and life is an echo of that conversation that took place nearly. I now know that nothing I have achieved in my personal, professional career was achieved. Even when I appear before you speaking alone, I promise you it is effort. There's nothing about Hamza Khan. And my fellow literary nerds know they can mentor. In most cases, it's actually a catalyst for any interesting story. Genuine leadership without mentorship and vice versa, there can be leadership. And I also have a deep love for the outcome of your collective work. I proudly identify as Indian American. In Mumbai, my dad pulled at Scooty, I think somewhere in the 70s, and asked my mom if she wanted to catch a matinee show when I was it's quite a massive undertaking to fully wrap my head around given the so I thought it would be wise to ask AI for help. I turned to the great machine and I asked it, what would India look like as a fully developed nation in 2047 when all of the tenets of the plan are fully realized as you are time? And I gave ChatGPT all of the available information I could find on Viksit. And what it gave me in return, what you're about to see, hallucinations of a large language model. No, these are images which live in your heads, which live in your hearts. And this and this and this. Well, am I right? I want my loved ones to live in this India. I want your loved ones to live in this India. And I have full faith that you, faculty, staff, will be the forcing function for this vision of a Viksit Bharat in 2047. So that's my love-based motivation for being here today. But I also mentioned that I am motivated. You see, I study some very dark things for a living. My research is exclusively focused on team dysfunction, organizational failure, and the entropy inherent in the future of work. Terrible at parties, I should say. I'm afraid that in our pursuit to realize this version of a developed India, we might lose our way, statistically speaking. I study how well-resourced, well-intentioned organizations climb the proverbial mountain was intended to work. I'll put this another way. Modern work environment is broken. It's an open secret. I mean, I know this, you know this, we all know it, but we rarely have an opportunity to critically engage with this idea, let alone in a safe learning environment like this economic summit. I can confidently say one day, likely than not, that you and your colleagues work. Do me a favor and head back over to pollev.com/Hamza Khan and give me your best guess. That 75 to 100% of employees around the world are engaged? You think 50 to 75% of them are engaged? Do you think 25 to 50% of them are engaged? Or do you think the number is less than 25%? Go ahead and expand the QR code just in case you lost it. 25 to 50. I thought I was cynical. That's a good guess. 50 to 75. That's a little more optimistic. Is anyone going to take 75 to 100? How about less than 25? No. The answer is 15%. According to Gallup's 10-year study of more than 2.7, now nearly 3 million employees. Landmark. Only a measly 15% of employees are engaged at work. Another way to think about this is that 85% of employees around the world are disengaged. Now just imagine the odds another way. Imagine there was a sign on a beach that said that by going into the water, there's an 85% chance you would get bitten by a shark. I don't know about you, but I'm going to say on the sand. You get the point. And here's why all this matters. You can draw a direct line between an employee's engagement and all of the metrics that an organization has established as mission critical. Absenteeism, turnover, accidents, theft, quality, loyalty, productivity, profit. All of these factors are influenced by engagement. And here's the kicker. Managers, leaders account for at least 70% of various employee engagement scores. The way that we're currently managing business is wholly unsustainable. Now, I don't have a crystal ball or anything. I just have the privilege of spending a lot of time researching this one narrow subject. And by all metrics that matter, it is very clear, as I said earlier, that work is not working for the vast majority of employees. Consider that 70% of employees don't feel heard. 70% of their leaders are burnt out. 77% of employees are resentful of their employer. 80% don't feel like they belong. 80% of their leaders feel for the future, and 92% of their leaders don't feel prepared for the future. Sorry, 80% of employees don't feel prepared for the future, and 92% of their leaders don't feel prepared for the future, which is very concerning. And 94% of leaders feel overwhelming stress to the degree where they're thinking of quitting their jobs in the next 3 months. It is a miracle to me that society has made it this far. Does anyone else feel like this? This is a very accurate depiction of my inner monologue on most days. In light of everything I've shared, it should come as no surprise that the vast majority of organizations, 90%, fail to execute their entire strategy. At this point of the presentation, those of you who are close to retirement must be thinking, check please. We're going to let the youth deal with the broken future of work, please. Stick around because we need all generations to focus on the solution, especially our esteemed wisdom workers. Now look, I could bore you with more stats to support my point, but let me drive it home with one small request. This one is for all of my fellow people leaders and aspiring people leaders. How would you want your team to describe you? What words would you like your employees, your teammates to use when filling in the sentence, my boss is? Go back to pollev.com/Hamza Khan and give me your most aspirational qualities as a leader. How do you want your team to describe you? I would hope that they would call you honest, open, transparent, compassionate, kind. How would you want to be described as a leader? A legend. Yeah, there we go, man. Reliable, understanding, generous, inspiring, kind, beautiful. Keep it coming. These are some really great attributes. Gen Z, why not? I do believe that Gen Z is the solution. Amazing, hardworking, strong, reliable, motivating, sweet, bold. These are some great attributes, I must say. And I'm confident that you are all of these things. You will emulate all of these values and more. But now let me illustrate the problem. Let's see how employees actually see their bosses. So go on Google, go on any search engine of your choice, and just type in "my boss is." And don't finish that search query. Let the most popular search results from across India and around the world populate and indicate to you what the average employee thinks of their boss. And I'm going to give it a second because there's a couple of very interesting, very relevant, and outlandish options that you're going to see populate in the auto search results. You're going to see things like "my boss is toxic," "my boss is bullying me," "my boss is ignoring me," "gaslighting me," "being passive aggressive." You might even see "my boss is a werewolf." This is truly discouraging because on average, negative search terms outweigh positive ones by at least 400%. And this disconnect is disconcerting because it illuminates the bigger problem. As I said earlier, work is not working. And as a result, organizations are consistently failing to navigate change. So what's going on? How did we, as a collective, end up in this predicament? Why are we failing to navigate change and then tumbling into the chasm of time? Why has work become so unsustainable? Well, it turns out that in 2002, of all the possible publications, it was Fortune that came up with the most comprehensive array of reasons why, and their number one reason was spot on. This is the one of the 136 that I teased earlier, one wanting to develop greater situational awareness as we navigate the future of work. Why are organizations dropping the ball? Plain and simple, avoidance. This is why organizations fail. They're slow to confront the changing world around themselves. In other words, the rate of change on the inside of the organization fails to keep pace or exceed the rate of change on the outside. And this is why Indra Nooyi, former CEO of PepsiCo, reminds us that our challenge as leaders is looking around the corner and making the change before it's too late to make the change. And this is where I see the intersection of mentorship and sustainability. We need mentors in our personal, professional, and academic lives who we can rely on to ensure that the rate of change on the inside is faster than the rate of change on the outside. Ask yourself, is the rate of change on the inside, in your head, in your heart, faster than the rate of change in the external environment? Flashback 15 years ago, I followed Alan's advice and I made myself obsolete. Now you can actually see Alan between there. We had to Photoshop him in because he made himself obsolete. He got another job and moved on. And I followed his advice and I made myself obsolete. It happened once, it happened twice, it happened 3 times. What's that saying? Once is an occurrence, twice is a coincidence, 3 times is a pattern. At this point in my career, Alan's advice is working like clockwork. Only now, I'm loving the money. I'm loving the stability. I'm loving all of the perks that come with being a leader. It felt very safe, especially considering that I was in a recession. But of course, my new boss and mentor, Lisa, notices this. And you know what she does? While we're in the middle of growing the department, winning awards, earning national press, she suggests, against her best interest, that I resign. And I looked at her like I looked at Alan. I said, Lisa, right now, we're on fire, and you want me to leave? And she said, yep, it is in your best interest, Hamza. And she said very candidly that if I stayed, I was at risk of my career stagnating. And I didn't appreciate what she was trying to do until years later. Years later, but this is often a fatal mistake, especially in light of the cats and open systems theory. Open systems are exactly what they sound like. They're living, breathing entities. They're equilibrium seeking. They empower their people to go to the edges of the boundary of the organization. These are boundary spanners who are empowered to bring in insight, information, bring in energy, organization from the inside out. Systems are the exact opposite. Ask yourself if you're an open system or a closed system. Are you an open person or a closed person? And the essential difference between these two systems is very simple. Open overwhelmingly succeed in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, and closed fail. This matter. Go to when and where, and then we go into how. Being called the quickening. Everything seems to be happening at the speed of now. The questions of who, when, where, how, why even are rapidly changing. The answers are rapidly changing. In fact, Boston Consulting Group reckons that changes we've planned over the next 5 years must be compressed down to 2. The only constant about our world seems to be constant change. In 2022, Collins Dictionary decided that the word of the year was, which is a blend of permanent and crisis, of course. And I looked up what the word of the year was 10 years prior to that. I kid you not, Gangnam Style. You can go and see that the 2012 word of the year was Gangnam Style. How in just 1 decade did we go from this to everything, everywhere, all at once? Now package everything I've said into this simple adage: prepare to perform. Because during times of change, we don't actually step up. As leaders, we sink back to our level of training, values, and overall preparedness. So it's imperative that we use gatherings like this summit to upgrade that default program that we know we're going to sink back to during times of adversity. What we need to be doing is creating more boundary spanners, which is just a fancy way of saying more leaders, more people like you with the propensity to act first in coordination problems, but in service of further opening the organization that is India. At the individual level, it's more self-awareness. At the team level, it's more situational awareness. And at the country, at the nationwide level, it's more environmental awareness. It's more awareness of the sustainability needs of this large interconnected system. And this is where mentorship clutch. These 3 values will prime you and your fellow faculty, staff, and students to continuously evolve with the world around you. These are values which you already possess: attunement, resilience, and creativity. And in our remaining time together, we're going to talk about how to go pro with them. These are primary soft skills, success skills that are impossible, at the very least difficult, to reduce down to simple binary code. These are as future-proof as they get. So let's start with value number one, the value of attunement. This is the ability to stand in another person's shoes, see with their eyes, and feel with their hearts. Start with a listening tour of everyone who interacts with you and your team. Talk to your counterparts, your fellow students, colleagues, friends, your family. Better yet, set up some sort of reverse town hall, maybe at another version of this event, where one person is asking everyone in the audience questions like this. Tough questions. What's working? What's not working? What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What are opportunities for growth? And what are threats to our overall organization? And while you're at it, empower your mentors to ask you the grandmother of all questions, which is how do we support life? It's a feature of many ancient communities across the world where tribes elect mothers and grandmothers, people who intimately understand what it takes to bring life into the world. And these people are entrusted to ask how the leaders are going to support life itself several generations into the future sustainably. And unfortunately, this is a very easy question for those of you invested in Viksit Bharat 2047 to answer. Our second action is perhaps the most effective of the strategies. It's about improving one-on-ones and creating pathways to thriving. Let me ask you this question. How often do you have structured one-on-one meetings with your boss or with the people who work with you? Is it once per week, once every 2 weeks, once per month, once every few months, once or a few times per year, or never? How often do you have structured one-on-ones? Okay, I'm sorry to see that many of you never have these meetings. We're going to fix that after today. And those of you who are having it once per month or less than that, have to improve those numbers. We have to improve the frequency of our meetings, and we have to improve the structure of our meetings. Why? Because Gallup's chief workplace scientist was asked, what is the single most important habit of a great leader? And he said, one meaningful conversation per week with each team member. Use your one-on-ones to improve self-awareness. Now, most leaders don't have one-on-ones, so you're not alone, but this has been a game changer for me. I want you to have them weekly or bi-weekly. Keep them pre-scheduled, keep them private, and the structure should be very simple. Let's say it's 30 minutes. The first 10 minutes is whatever your teammates want to talk about. The middle 10 is whatever you want to talk about. And the last 10 minutes should be focused on their future, where you ask them tough questions like, why did you join this organization? Are you proud to work here? All the way down to, how would you do things differently if you were in my shoes? And do you envision a future for yourself here? And I'm finding this question to be the most effective of all questions. Do you feel like you belong here? Belonging is a super metric which directly influences performance, turnover, sick days, and company ratings. With greater attunement, you will become sensitive to the rates of change on the inside and outside of yourself, as well as across the country. Our next of the three values to be operationalized is resilience. This is about sustaining productivity for the long haul. Our third action involves maximizing your strengths by leaning into disruption-proof abilities. Let me ask you a very tough question, but I think you're going to be able to answer this quite well. What is one thing you do very well that AI can't do or can't do very well? At work or even at school, what is one thing you do very well that AI can't do or do very well? Amazing first answer. Eat and draw. You got jokes today. I love this. This is very good. What else? Teach. Ooh, there we go. Think about how it is that you relate with other human beings. Gossiping could be one way to do that. Live a life. Aha. Yoga. Mm-hmm. Understand emotions. I was looking for that. Thank you. Feel. You captured everything in one word. Time pass. Take breaks. Annoying. Think or understand. This is good. What a mix of answers. I love it. Can't understand people as well as humans do. Yes. Make food. Play sports. Be creative. Let's end on that note. And I want to come back to this because even the funny answers are all part of a vision that I have for the future of work, one that is post-work. I thought it would be wise to ask AI for advice as well. But I was a bit cautious because that's like asking a barber if you need a haircut. So I asked ChatGPT and I asked, what can you do very well that AI can't do? And the answer was actually quite good. It's in the educational ecosystem of HSNCU University and Casey College. There are distinct areas where faculty, staff, and students excel, showcasing capabilities that AI has yet to match, and they include emotional intelligence and empathy, critical thinking, complex problem solving, all the way down to cultural understanding and contextual awareness, and inspiration and motivation. I would encourage you to lean into these strengths to find ways to operationalize and maximize them. This will set you up well for the future of work. Our fourth action is a personal favorite. It's about activating your mentors using what's called the Ben Franklin effect. Ben Franklin once said, "He that has done you a kindness will be more ready to do you another than he whom you yourself have obliged." What the heck does he mean? It's that people are more likely to help you after they've already helped you, as counterproductive as that sounds. You can turn your informal mentors into formal mentors by simply asking them for a favor. Ask them to be your mentor. And once you have them on your personal advisory board, ask them for even more favors. Because I, as a mentor, love it when one of my mentees asks me to do something for them. It puts me in an act, in a posture of service. These are my favorite questions to ask my mentors. And like I said, if you are taking notes, let me remind you that you are going to get a copy of the slides. So don't worry about capturing all of this. But some of the questions you can ask are, who inspires you? What is your North Star? What are you trying to achieve? What do you love most about your job? All the way down to what was the lowest point of your life and career? What was the highest point of your life and career? And what advice would you give to someone who wants to be in your shoes? And when all is said and done, how do you want to be remembered? And if you're a gamer like me, let me tell you that these answers you're going to get to these questions are like cheat codes for personal, professional, and academic success. And finally, we're at a third value, the value of creativity. Let me ask you this. Are you creative? Head back over to pollev.com/HamzaKhan and let me know. Are you creative? Is the answer yes, no, somewhat? I know we've got a lot of STEM-oriented students in the audience right now. And I wonder if you think of yourself as creative, because I think you are as creative as they come. But at the same time, we're taught in school from a very early age, all artists are creative, but not all creatives are artists. So those of you who think you are somewhat creative, let me challenge your thinking. I believe that people engaged in higher education, especially in STEM, are as creative as they come. To quote the late Steve Jobs, creativity is just connecting things. When you ask creative people how they did something, they feel a little guilty because they didn't really do it. They just saw something and it seemed obvious to them after a while. Our fifth action is all about envisioning a full spectrum of possibilities. This is the bedrock for creativity, starting with engineering chaos. Before you start your next big project, just run through failure. Imagine the circumstances that would lead to failure. Now, this might seem negative, but it's actually very liberating because by anticipating adversity, you'll sharpen your ability to detect it. Another way you could do this is by engineering chaos in the form of a chaos simulation. Netflix does this. They have their engineers run through an exercise called Chaos Monkey, where they imagine what would happen if monkeys, literal monkeys, stormed the data centers and went apeshit. Pardon my language. And they do whatever monkeys would do in data centers. They rip out cables, they fling excrement, they go bananas, they do whatever monkeys would do. And then they study how the team would react and they patch up shortcomings accordingly. The goal of any chaos engineering exercise is to run through failure before it happens so that when it does happen, you'll instinctively know what to do. And now that you've mapped out the worst case scenario, it's time to reconnect with the best case scenario. But this requires getting in a very unique headspace. Ask your team this question. What could a wild success look like? If all lights were green, if we had all the resources in the world, what would we do differently? And then remove all the constraints from this brainstorming exercise and think bigger than big. And here's where I would love for you to also use AI. Pool everybody's answers together, create a document, and then give it to a visualizing software like Midjourney, like DALL-E, and ask it to create the visual for you. I've taken all of the attributes that are going to be true in when Viksit Bharat succeeds. And I asked ChatGPT, I asked DALI specifically, to visualize this for us. And here's what it came up with. This is the world you're going to create. Like I said earlier, this already lives in your heads, in your hearts. This is not just the visualization of an AI. It is your visualization. This is the world you're creating. This is the future of India you're creating. And this excites me. And I hope that this excites you too. This shared vision of what a fully developed India could look like is galvanizing. And somewhere in the city, you and I are sitting, drinking chai, and reflecting on the conversation that we had 23 years prior. This is going to happen. Because when all three values are operationalized and maximized, you unlock a virtuous cycle that keeps the inside of you and your organization changing faster than the outside. And this way, you and your colleagues are always predicting change. And in this way, KC College is always preparing for change. And my fellow leaders, you all know that change isn't coming, right? It's here. It's happening constantly all around us. The future of work is now, not later. We are in the future of work. And this situational awareness offers us a massive advantage because most people choose to avoid change, but the things they choose not to face will face them nonetheless. And in our VUCA world, in our volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, the failure to change correlates with failure, period. But you, on the other hand, all of you are uniquely prepared for change. You have the wisdom after today to see crisis very differently. You can separate the ancient concepts of crisis into their disparate parts. One, a time of danger, one that creates a sense of challenge, and two, a time of opportunity, one that creates impetus to act first and boldly reinvent the who, when, where, how, and even the why of the future of work. In 2019, I had the honor of the commencement address to my university. And sitting front row were three of my mentors, my mom, Alan, and Lisa. And as we exited the building, I asked all three of them why, as mentors, they insisted on my obsolescence in their own ways. You remember that Lisa pushed me to resign. You remember that Alan pushed me to become obsolete. And my mom actually encouraged me to deviate from the status quo of becoming a doctor, a lawyer, and pursue my passions. All of them more or less of the same thing. Something that I wish for you to emulate beyond this kickoff event, beyond this summit, beyond this year, and beyond the future of work itself. It is the idea that you should change before you have to. International Economic Summit, change before you have to. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huge thank you to our patrons, advisors, convener, coordinators, student organizers who brought us here today, and especially to my boy Zaid. Love you, bro. Thank you all very much. And thank you for all that you're doing to create the India of our shared dreams. If we have time for questions, I would love to receive them, but I also understand for the end of our time. questions, comments, rude remarks. I'll take them all. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I was hoping for a rude remark, but I'll take that. Any questions, though, seriously? And like I said, these are completely anonymous, so feel free to ask any question that you think might even be inappropriate, because there's a good chance that if you have the question, somebody else has a question as well. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Please ask the question. What's your definition of success? I actually got this definition from my mom, who's one of my mentors, and I actually have something over here that I want to share with you. Hold tight. I've been waiting a long time to share this with people. I'm not sure if you can see this. This is a decoration that my mother gifted me, and I never understood the meaning when I received it years ago. But it reads, "Success is getting what you want and finding the time to enjoy it." And this is very important for people who are hardworking, like you and I, who spend a lot of time and give up a lot of our essence and intensity to achieve our goals, personally, professionally, or academically. We find that we expend so much of our time, energy, and attention, our capacity in service of the goal and service of others, that by the time we achieve what we want, we experience what's known as a arrival fallacy. We get there and we don't realize that we get there only to realize that we're not as happy as we thought we would be when we got it. So I have to remind myself that success is getting what you want. Hopefully what you want is aligned with societal values and helping people around you, your friends, your family, your loved ones, your country, and having the time to enjoy it. So that is my personal definition of success. How can you contact me? Yes, you can email me at hamza@hamzakhan.ca. That's HAMZA at HAMZAKHAN.ca. I also am active on all social media except TikTok. I got to work on that. But I'm at Hamza K everywhere. So that's HAMZAK. What else do we have here? Did I miss any questions? What can we do to empower youth and or shape them as a power leader? Ooh, what a beautiful question. What can you do? As a leader, you can act in their best interest in the same way that Alan, Lisa, Drew, and my mom acted in my best interest. Because you'll remember that when I was working with Lisa, when I was working with Ellen, things were going phenomenally well. Like, we were winning awards, we were department, we were earning national media, so on and so forth. How do we continue along that path? It can logically follow that we would have only achieved more success. But they were looking at for me. They were looking at for my best interest. And that's what true love is. True love is the ability to extend oneself to develop another person. And so what I would encourage you to do, the best thing you can do to empower youth is to dedicate all of your resources, dedicate yourself to helping them, as counterproductive as it might seem. Now, fortunately, this is very easy for us to do in the Indian subcontinent. We understand as we are raised with these values, the value that we place with adults, with elders, with communities. We just have to emulate and channel that and bring that into our everyday interactions, especially in the workplace. Make leadership not about you, make it about the other person. That would be my best advice for you. What challenge would face India in the path of becoming our dream India? Oh man, how much time do we have to answer this question? Okay, let me give you the best answer I can give you. What the challenge that the challenge India would face in the path of becoming our dream India is avoidance of the reality of other Indians. If we develop tunnel vision, if we only think about what's good for our people, and when I say our people, that means maybe in your family, maybe in your sports team, maybe in your company, maybe in your gurdwara, maybe in your masjid, maybe in your mandir, whatever your in-group looks like, I would encourage you to open that organization, because India is a collective of the billion plus people that are living on that subcontinent. And I would even include in that definition the Indian diaspora. We have to think of ourselves as one collective. I would go as far as to say that you should think of me the way I think of you. I look at all of you and I see my brothers, I see my sisters, I see my uncles, I see my aunties. We're not related. I mean, I'm related to Zaid, but I would extend the same unconditional positive regard to all of you, regardless of how you vote, regardless of who you pray to, regardless of if and when and how you pray, regardless of how much money is in your account. None of that matters to me. All that matters to me is that if we're getting down to the simple logic of biology and we understand that we are all spawning from the same universal common ancestor, then it's imperative that we shift our mindset in 2024 to synchronize with this level of scientific understanding alone, that you and I are the same. And there's so many movies where you see the actors, the protagonists, they cut themselves and they say, my blood is your blood. And that is true at the cellular level. We are related, whether we like it or not. And I think that we should like that idea because there's true strength. I truly believe that India is the superpower that the world needs. We have the ability more than any other country to overcome adversity, to I can't believe I'm about to say this out loud, but to actually rise up from the shadow of colonialism and its legacy in India and in the Indian bodies around the world and change the very fabric of reality. I believe this. It might not happen in our lifetime, but I'm looking at all of you and I see the change. I truly do. Last question is, what do you want to tell the young generation in terms of learning from your mistakes? I'll end with this answer for you.
I now request.
I believe that. Oh, go ahead, man.
I now request Dhuvi Gosalkar to express words of gratitude.
Okay, yeah, for sure. And I'll answer any questions you have afterwards. No problem. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank our in-charge principal, whose able guidance enabled us to organize this program on such a grand scale. I would like to thank our esteemed vice principals, Professor Samarjit Padi sir, and Dr. Shalini Sinha ma'am, without whose unwavering support, this event wouldn't have been possible. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Faculty of Economics Department, specifically Dr. Ravi Kiran Garje sir, who is HOD of Economics Department, Dr. Nandini Sen Gupta ma'am, Associate Professor, Dr. Hira Sheth ma'am, Assistant Professor, and Professor Prohit Pitle sir, Assistant Professor, without whose ingenious ideas and unfettered enthusiasm has played a pivotal role in the succeeding of this event. I would also like to thank our guest of honor, Mr. Hamza Khan, for his presence online, which helped us ensure the seamless flow of proceedings throughout the event. I extend my gratitude to him on behalf of the HSNC University and KC College. At this time, I would like to thank the entire committee of FKC, who's left no stone unturned to make this event a grand success. Thank you.
Now we have with us Mr. Pratham Prasoon. Mr. Pratham Prasoon is an individual passionate about technology. With a diverse background in developer relations and software engineering, he is currently at Eclipse Laboratories, a L2 blockchain startup in San Francisco. Today, he will delve into the intricate relationship between sustainability, economics, and emerging technologies such as blockchain, offering insights that bridge the gap between theory and practice. Let us welcome Mr. Pratham Prasoon with a huge round of applause.
Sure. Hello everyone, good morning. How's everyone doing? Good, nice. Really good to see all of you here. Um, and I'm super excited to tell you about the work we're doing at Eclipse and some of the possible use cases of blockchains and how it relates economics and technology. And this is a space that I've been working for over 3 years, and it's something I'm really passionate about, so I can't wait to tell you more about it. So I hope the presentation is visible. Yeah, so this is everything you need to know about Eclipse. And starting with a bit about myself. So I'm currently 19 years old, and I'm a software programmer. So I've been coding since COVID started. So for the last 4 years, I've taught myself artificial intelligence, programming, and lots of other things. And while I was doing this, I happened to work at multiple startups like Third Web, Celestia, and I've also built my audience of around 150,000 followers, and I have over 20,000 followers on Instagram, where I talk about my interests, technology, finance, computing, blockchain, artificial intelligence, and all these things. Last year, I was also featured on the CNBC TV Teen Network for my contributions in the AI space, and it was by Meta, formerly known as Facebook. So I've done a fair amount of things, and I've been in this blockchain space for over 2 to 3 years. So let's start with an event that happened in 2008 that you might have known of. So if you see here, this chart is of the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and this is an index that tracks the price of stocks, like the average price of stocks of some of the most important companies in America. And if you see, it went from 1400 to roughly about 700 in the span of a year. And the reason why this decline happened in stocks and the economy in 2008 was that there were all these bankers that were giving away loans to people for buying houses even when they didn't have the proper credit score or the proper credentials for it. And what they did with that debt is that they turned it into bonds, and then they used those bonds as another financial security, which they sold to even more bankers, and there was an entire fiasco that happened. So basically, these bankers in the greed and these central institutions, they made all these financial securities to profit off them, and that led to this massive collapse in the economy that had ripple effects throughout the world. In fact, even today, if you see, a lot of the real estate market hasn't really recovered from this crash because of the things that all these greedy bankers did in 2008. And we all had to bear the brunt of it. So the problem here was that there were a few people that had a lot of control over the financial system, and they were able to manipulate it in ways so that they could profit from it, but eventually it led to us being hurt. So there was this person in 2008 called Satoshi Nakamoto who wanted to build a currency or a financial system that wasn't controlled by any one person or one entity. So in 2008 we had the bankers and the government, and because of their inefficiencies and their sort of misuse of financial assets, we had that massive decline. What Satoshi Nakamoto proposed is making a financial system where no one person has control over the sort of trajectory of how the system unfolds. And the way he did this was by creating a currency called Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin is a currency that no one person like a government or a bank issues. It is solely run on on the internet by the people and for the people. Let's see how this exactly works. So the way how Bitcoin works is using a technology called the blockchain. So you all must have played Monopoly, right? Let's say there are 4 friends and we're playing Monopoly, and there's one other person that keeps track of who owns which property and who has to pay what rent, who has what fines, and just track of all the events that are happening in Monopoly. Now, imagine that for some reason, like I want to increase the amount of money I have in my Monopoly bank account. So I tell the person who is maintaining that tracking sheet to, like, just change my number a little bit, increase it here and there. And you can see how just because there's one person, I can just bribe them or cheat the system, so to speak. Bitcoin wanted to create a foolproof system where in this Monopoly example that we're taking, no one can manipulate that tracking sheet that we're trying to take care of. So imagine it this way: instead of having one person keeping track of who has what money and like all the entire system of Monopoly, we have 5 people that are keeping track of it. And in order for me to, like, even if I tell one person to like change the amount of money I own or whatever, the other 4 people will still know that like I am cheating the system. So by majority rule, we will basically know that Pratham asked, like I wrongfully asked one person to change the amount of money I had, so it won't happen. That change won't happen. So the problem statement essentially is that how do I create a system that is foolproof? So in the case of a blockchain, what you basically would do is that you have thousands of computers all over the world, and each computer is keeping a track of how much money each person owns. So like, let's say I have $10, Alice has another $10. I sent $10 to Alice. So all these thousands of computers in a blockchain system will basically agree that I sent $10 to Alice. And now even if I wish to change, like let's say I just want to increase the amount of money I had to, like, from $10 to $100. In order for me to do that, I would have to take control of all the thousands of computers to make that change and cheat the system. And this like we've seen multiple sort of scams in the traditional banking space where people have taken loans without having the proper collateral requirements or whatever. So we had the need of Modi scandal in all these public sector banks, and that was because there was only one bank where you could, like, there was only one authority that could do that. In a blockchain, you have thousands of authorities. You can't just change it like that. So essentially, we've created a foolproof system where people can transact money without every single activity that's done on the blockchain is transparent. So if I send money to Alice, like $10, anyone can go ahead and verify that I actually sent $10. And this creates like this new paradigm of, it's essentially a new way of dealing with money that we'd never seen before. So this came out in 2008, 2010. And we just talked about how blockchains work, thousands of computers that are just trying to agree on what transactions happened, who owns what money, and all that. So Bitcoin was the very first public blockchain that we had, and it's been running to this day very well, actually. And the sole purpose of Bitcoin was to keep track of how much money each person owns in the Bitcoin currency. But then in 2014 came a very important innovation in the blockchain space. So remember how I talked about Bitcoin kept a track of how much money each person has? So Ethereum wanted to build on the foundation of what Bitcoin did. Ethereum wanted to, there's this guy, Vitalik Buterin. He was around 19, 20 years old, about my age. And at the time he built Ethereum, which was basically Bitcoin, but it also added programs on the blockchain. So what it basically means is that you can control the flow of money by using code on the blockchain. So like Bitcoin, it's more, you can think of it as UPI. Like I can send 10 rupees or whatever money to any person I want. But Ethereum, you can even write programs that you can make some pretty complex applications with Ethereum, and we'll go into those. So you can think of it as Bitcoin was just keeping a track of like money transactions. Ethereum also had a computer on top of it. So you can write programs or something called smart contracts on the Ethereum virtual machine. Now it sounds like a complicated word, but this thing basically runs on the blockchain, and you can make things like digital banks with it. You can make identity systems, as we look in further slides. And this was the main innovation that Ethereum brought: programmable money. Like you can control, like based on given logic, how money would be on the blockchain and how it would be stored and how it would be used. So there's the programs that I've been talking about for now. These are called smart contracts. So let's say generally when you want to take a loan, you go to a bank, you fill some papers, and there are some agreements that you sign to, and then the bank internally, it has some sort of mechanism where it's like, okay, Pratham has given me 100 rupees, and each year I will give him a 5% interest. So every year I'll get 5 rupees back. So the bank has some terminal, like probably some computer code that does that. But the thing is, like, this is again a centralized thing. Like the bank owns that particular program, and they can change the 5% to whatever. They can basically do whatever. If they wanted to, they can do whatever with the money that I have given them. On a blockchain, what happens is that this similar sort of program runs, but on all these different computers. So it means that you can basically write code that you can write code in this sense that, okay, if Pratham gives me 100 rupees, I will store this money in some place, and then I will give an interest. So you essentially had a bank on the blockchain, but the code, once you write it and once you put it on the blockchain, it will run exactly how it's supposed to, and you cannot ever change it. So, and anyone can go ahead and verify how the code is being run, who is getting what money. And so basically, we created a version of the bank that's more transparent, and it's foolproof again. And nobody can change whatever is written in that code. So like, for example, right now, if you want a loan, in many cases, you need to have a certain score that you need for, like, I think it's called, you need a certain CIBIL score, and you also need other requirements. So a lot of people are broken out of this financial system that we've built. But with this sort of a blockchain program, anyone, literally you, me, anyone in Africa, Japan, wherever, they can choose, as well as they have an internet connection and they have the proper cryptocurrency, they can choose to be a part of this financial system, so to speak. And whenever, like, when you use PayPal or something like that, you give some amount of transaction fees. Even when you're using UPI, I think there is a 0.1% fees or something that's applied, but for now, then like levied off by the RBI. But even on blockchain, whenever you're doing any transaction or whenever you're writing code, interacting with any on-chain program, you have to pay some amount of something called gas fees. And these are basically fees that you pay to be a part of the system. So all these thousands of computers that are running these programs and keeping track of all this money and doing all that, they get a certain reward for this, and that is paid via the gas fees. And this was the main innovation that Ethereum brought in 2014. But Ethereum had a main problem was that, today if you use Visa or MasterCard, those credit cards that we get, right, they do around 30,000 transactions a second. So each second, like 30,000 people, like you can think of it as they're making payments, they're doing other things. Problem with Ethereum was that when you make a blockchain or a decentralized system, it's very hard to get like lot of speed, because each computer has to agree on the transaction that is going through, and all the programs have to be synchronized. So it's very hard to make a fast blockchain. So Ethereum can only do 14 transactions a second. And if we want to make if we envision a world where we use a blockchain system for our financial things, it's impossible to do it, because 14 transactions you can do the math, but it's not enough to facilitate all the trades and settlements that are happening in the world. And remember the gas fees I talked about, like the payments that you have to do to make to do things on the chain. Those gas fees are also very expensive on Ethereum, because there's obviously lots of demand from people trying to do things on the blockchain, but the computational power just isn't enough, because there are so many computers distributed. So for the last year, for the last decade, there has been a lot of research going on into making very fast and efficient blockchains. And Eclipse is sort of the next revolution, if we speak about it. So we'll see how Eclipse that Ethereum brings. Now I have this crazy schematic diagram here, which I will not go into, but did is we have made modifications to how a blockchain works, and we've used another blockchain called Solana to basically make this very fast blockchain. And I think at some point, so I said, remember how I said Visa does 30,000 transactions a second, does 14 transactions a second, and Eclipse eventually at some point with some of the software that we're building, we should be able to do 10,000 transactions a second. Now we have all the, and also Eclipse will have very few gas fees. So if you so on Ethereum right now, if you try to send $10 from me to some other person, it costs you around $20 to $30 just to make the transaction happen in gas fees. Whereas on Eclipse, it will be closer to, let's say, 1 or 2 rupees. So it's a magnitude difference. And if you want to like scale blockchain technology for other use cases, we need to bring these performance improvements. And that is what we've been doing at Eclipse. Now that we have all this like really good technology, like very cheap, fast, efficient blockchain, that's very fast. Let's go to some of the use cases on what you can do with this, like some of the economic use cases that you can build with this technology. So the very first thing is something called decentralized finance. So remember how I talked about, banks today they facilitate like giving you loans, giving you mortgages, and all of that. You can essentially build blockchain versions of that are open to anyone in the world, and they are fully on-chain. So for example, like you can make a lending protocol where it's like you can give people loans after they deposit some money, and you can have the complex programs that handle this on-chain. Other DeFi, decentralized finance examples could be like you can trade options and futures on the blockchain. And we'll see more of this in another use case as well. So you can basically build a decentralized, more open, and a more fair version of the finance system that we currently have. So I don't know if this is very visible, but there are also companies that are working on different use cases in the decentralized finance space in blockchains. So you have lending and borrowing, as I explained. So basically, like a bank, you can either give money or you can loan out money, and you can get like interest on it and all those things. You can also do payments and transfers. That is what like Bitcoin started from, and it's also it is also something that's a huge part of decentralized finance. Like just sending money across. Like today, if I wanted to send money to someone in Africa, I think there are lots of regulations I would have to go through. Like I'd have to route the money through several banks, and it takes almost a week for my money to reach to like someplace in Africa, for example. But on the blockchain, it's literally on the internet. You can just make one transaction. You can send money across the world. And you can also do derivatives, so derivatives trading. So it's like basically how you trade stocks with margin and all those things. You can also do that with cryptocurrencies, and you can do this all in a decentralized way. And there's also swaps. So swaps, basically, let's say you want to convert one cryptocurrency to another, you can have that done through the blockchain itself. You don't have to go through any centralized entity to change money. So like today, if you want to convert US dollars to rupees, you have to probably go to some bank or some sort of centralized place, and they dictate whatever like commission they charge or whatever, or like the price of the dollar versus the rupee. But on the blockchain, it's all fair and all calculated on the computer, so no one can manipulate it. That was like decentralized finance. Another use case that I'm really excited about is real world assets. So today, let's say if you want to buy a house, you have all these different documents that you have to sign up. Like you have to give your previous address, previous home address. You need to probably find out some government documents. You have to like bank statements and lots of other things that you need to have. So right now, much of it is done through paper. You just have to like keep track of all the records. What you can do is you can instead have all these things on the blockchain, like my bank statement or my previous home address or whatever. And you can essentially, instead of having all these papers that keep track of the paperwork that you have to do, you can have it on the blockchain, and you can essentially tokenize your house or whatever on the blockchain. And let's say you just want to sell your house house to someone, you can just make a transaction on the blockchain and you can sell your house to them without having to go through the tedious process of getting this bank paper, getting that bank paper or whatever. And other things, you can also have gold, oil, or whatever, like almonds or whatever. You can trade that on the blockchain as an asset. I think the Bombay Stock Exchange now, I think last year they allowed you to trade almonds. So it was like they tracked the price of almonds and they converted into a stock that anyone could trade and hold. Similar things you can do on the blockchain as well. So there are tokenized versions of gold that you can buy on the blockchain. But this use makes sense where, let's say you want to invest in gold, but you don't want to physically keep gold at home for whatever reason. You can just buy a digital version of it so that you still get the investment returns on gold, but you don't actually have to own gold. And you also have currencies. So you can have the US dollar on the blockchain, or the rupee or the yen or whatever. And this is helpful because one of the main criticisms that people bring up for blockchains not being used as payments is that it's very volatile. But if you literally have the US dollar on the blockchain, you can just send that dollar wherever you want. You can also tokenize stocks and bonds and all these other things. The next very interesting use case is something called decentralized identifiers. So if you use Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, and all these different social media today, your account is different, right? So if you have followers, so I have 150,000 followers on Twitter, but those people probably don't follow me on Instagram because they don't know, they haven't found me out on Instagram, or the ID is different or whatever. So another thing you can do is you can have this universal digital identifier that you can use across all your social media or any platforms that you might want. And this can be on the blockchain as a program, and it can keep track of it. You can also have your degrees and credentials. So a lot of times what happens is that a lot of people fake their degrees or they fake their credentials. So when you have these on the blockchain and the company, I guess, issues it to them on the blockchain, anyone can go ahead and verify that, okay, if I say that I'm working at Eclipse, there is the certificate that was published by Eclipse to me, to Pratham. So you can have your work credentials, educational credentials on the blockchain. You can also have like your online purchases. A lot of cases what happens in e-commerce scams is that they will take a purchase, like you go to the shady website, they will take your money and will show that you made an online purchase, but it never actually ships to you. But on the blockchain, if they show that online purchase on the blockchain, anyone can go and verify that, okay, I ordered this thing from Myntra or whatever online website. So that is another use case that blockchains enable. Moving on. Yeah, this is probably my most favorite use case of the blockchain that we've been exploring for the last year or so. And it's called something called DePIN, which is short form for Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Network. So today if you use Reliance Jio or Airtel or whatever, the 5G towers that you see, like they had to spend years and lots of money to like develop that entire infrastructure. And those towers are what provides us the internet that we have right now. In a blockchain like system, what you could do is, let's say I give everyone a 5G modem that I tell them to put in their house, and then that 5G modem can be used to provide internet to, like, let's say people in their locality. And to incentivize them to do that, I will give them some cryptocurrency. And you can have this program on the blockchain. So essentially, Jio or Airtel, now they can censor whatever internet they want. Like, let's say the government tells them to censor YouTube, they can literally just wipe YouTube off. Like, in that sort of internet, like, I mean, it's very easy to censor things out. But let's say if people like you and me, we are a decentralized version of Reliance, like no one can censor the information that's going on the internet. In fact, if you go to China today, all Western websites are banned. You can't even use Google there. And but let's say if it wasn't run by any centralized telecom company, that wouldn't have been the case. So, and in fact, the example that I just gave about, there's this company called Helium Mobile. What they do is that they give 5G modems to people, and in order for running this 5G modem that they have, they give the users, like whoever's running the modem, some prize token that they have. So it's again a very interesting use case of like having a decentralized system where basically you can decentralize in infrastructure creation, so to speak. And another example of this deep-in could be like, let's say today when you order something from Amazon. So there was this statistic that I read that 80% of the costs of delivering something from Amazon are in the last 20% of the journey. So like when it comes from the warehouse to whatever place I live in, that is where 80% of the cost comes in. So now you can create a model like Swiggy where you can give normal people like you and me a way to like deliver these like packages to other people, and we could be paid for providing this service. So normal people like you and me can be part of infrastructure building that could have never been possible before. And the reason why a blockchain is really good for this is because that every activity that you do is seen on the blockchain. So it's fair and transparent, and you can get paid fairly to the work that you've done. And this is how we're sort of creating a new emerging economy here. And yeah. And yeah, that is all about Eclipse and some of the things that we're enabling to do, and all these different applications in this emerging space. And yeah, I was really glad to tell you all about it. And, we can do a small question and answer session also, like anything about me, about Eclipse or blockchains, I'd be happy to answer. Anything that you're curious about me. What do you do? Oh, yeah, sorry. So I work as a developer relations engineer. The thing is, Eclipse is a blockchain, and a lot of the programs that I was talking about, like the deep-in thing or payments transfer, programmers like me and like you, hopefully, have to write all these programs that actually run the blockchain, and there are things to do on the end. So my job as a developer relations engineer is to enable developers to do that. And also another job of mine is to like come to conferences like this and talk about what we're doing at Eclipse, what possible things are being built on the blockchain, and that's a lot of what I do. There are lots of other small things here and there, but that's my main thing. So all of you are economics students? Yeah. So when I was in 11th grade, I started to explore this space a little bit more. Like I was trying to understand. So blockchain is sort of like at the intersection of technology, economics, and finance, and a lot of even governance if you think about it. So it aligned very much with my interest, and I was fascinated by just like the applications that are being built here. But one of the problems in this space is that I explained that blockchains are very slow. And since like for the last 2-3 years, I've just been trying to figure out how can we make faster and more efficient blockchains. So and like by creating these fast and efficient blockchains, like we can have all these use cases of like digital payments, digital banks, and all these things. So that's what really fascinated me to get into this space. It just aligned with my interests, and I just kept digging more and more and more. So and that brought me. So all of you are economics students? No? First year? Okay, nice. So what are you studying in economics? Like, what all have you done till now? Micro and macroeconomics? Okay. I would actually encourage you to like look into how blockchains, like the economic systems that are being created on blockchains and how they work. I think it very much relates with the economics that you might be studying. And you know, you can even create new sort of economic systems with all these programs or whatever. So that's how I got started. So it's just a suggestion to like just explore more in this space. And if you need any help in exploring, please talk to me. Yeah. Got so rich at 19. So, okay. So first thing I did was, it was actually unexpected. So when COVID started, I got back into programming. I had a lot of free time. So I just taught myself Python, JavaScript, all these programming languages. And when that happened, I grew my Twitter audience also. So like while I was doing that, so basically I made lots of connections with startup founders, lots of projects here and there. So they approached me for sponsorships, all of that. That was there. But then I also did jobs at startups and all of that. So I mean, it was mostly a combination of my social media and my like technical skills, if I were to say that. And I also do investing on the side. So in stocks, I have a portfolio in stocks and crypto. So that's how I grew my wealth, I guess. Thank you. Yeah, so very good question. So mining is basically how basically about 2 years ago, I would say most blockchains, they would run on this mechanism called proof of work. It's a technical term, I won't go into it, but basically it was very in order to run this blockchain system, you needed a lot of high power computers, and these high power computers generated a lot of heat, and they used a lot of electricity. It was very inefficient. So to answer your question, what has happened in the like what we've been working at Eclipse and a lot of other blockchains also is making newer algorithms like that don't use mining. And for example, Eclipse uses something called, instead of mining proof of work, we use something called proof of history. It's a newer algorithm, and it is magnitudes faster and magnitudes cheaper. So even Ethereum, they switched from proof of work to proof of stake. So they, I think they've reduced their carbon emissions by 99.9%. So yeah, we're at Eclipse also we're developing faster and more efficient code and blockchains to like basically not have that problem of like very sort of high emissions from mining. So that was a very good question. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prasoon. Your valuable insights on emerging technologies would definitely help our emerging economists. It is now our time to kick things off to the next level. We have a panel discussion coming our way soon. to kick things off to the next level. We have a panel discussion coming our way. Education is the best economic policy there is. Isn't that the aim of this summit, to educate students on economic growth and sustainable development? To give further knowledge, I would now like to introduce our panelists. We welcome Mr. Subramanya Kusnoor, Mrs. Afreen Siddiqui Sherwani, Mr. Karan Maheshi, and Mr. Pratham Prasoon. I request them to please present on the dais.
Yeah.
Our first panelist, Dr. Subramanya Kusnoor. Dr. Subramanya Kusnoor is the esteemed founder, chairman, and CEO of Aquacrafts Venture, a sustainable enterprise dedicated to creating actionable solutions for drinking water and sanitation. Known as the New Waterman of India, his contributions to the field are highly regarded. He holds the position of treasurer in the UN Global Compact Network India, further demonstrating his commitment to sustainable development. In recognition to his significant contribution, he was honored with the US President's Medallion Award in November 2023.
Our second panelist for today is Mrs. Afreen Siddiqui Sherwani. Mrs. Afreen Siddiqui Sherwani, an accomplished panelist with a remarkable career in development and governance. As a former UN Development Program State Head for Maharashtra, she spearheaded Project Disha, dedicated to creating employment and entrepreneurship opportunities in India. Mrs. Sherwani's contribution extends globally, having served as the UNDP Regional Engagement Lead for Governance Innovation in the Asia-Pacific region. Currently holding the position of UNDP Regional Engagement Lead for Future Governance, she continues to be a trailblazer at the nexus of governance and innovation. An alumna of the Jamia Millia Islamia, Mrs. Afreen Siddiqui Sherwani brings a wealth of experience and a visionary approach to our discussions.
Our third panelist, Mr. Karan Maheshi. He is an esteemed commentator on Indian economics. He is the author of The India Collective, What India is Really All About. His insightful columns for the Japanese news agency Nikkei Asia have earned him recognition, and his contributions to mint and money control, as well as his past work with Forbes, have further established his reputation in the field. Mr. Maheshi's academic credentials are equally impressive, being alumnus of Columbia University in New York and Goethe University in Frankfurt.
Our last panelist for today is Mr. Pratham Prasoon. Mr. Pratham Prasoon is a renowned developer relations engineer at Eclipse Laboratories in the San Francisco Bay Area. He has an impressive following of 1,500,000 on Twitter, reflecting his significant influence in the tech community. His skills in coding, blockchain, and finance are exceptionally well developed, making him a versatile profession in the tech industry. A notable achievement of Mr. Prasoon is his selection among the top 10 candidates from a pool of 400 applicants worldwide to work on Celestia's modular technology. I would now like Assistant Professor of Economics, Dr. Rohit K. Pitle, sir, to felicitate our panelists for today. Our moderator for today's panel discussion is Ms. Amanda Pereira. Would like to welcome her with a great round of applause, please.
sure you want to structure and strengthen your digital and the data ecosystem and the governance ecosystem, the governments will invest in building capabilities of their policymakers. So I think the work that I do is way different than what I used to do. So this entire journey has been a very rich learning for me also, because the kind of challenges we faced at the district, at the state level versus the challenges that we faced at the national level. And now when I study the regional level pattern, so India's challenges are way different than a challenge of Sri Lanka or a challenge of Bangladesh. They look up to countries like India. So the moment I mention I am from India, they're like, oh, so Aadhars of the world has happened in India. So they look at us with a very successful view that we managed to sail through, because we have such huge population. Our population in itself is, the evidence of how rich we can get when it comes to demonstrating our power. It is not easy to, get after COVID, how quickly things happened after this demonetization and COVID. People switched to UPI, even like the street vendors. The other day, I was actually in the cab and a beggar came by, and I didn't have change. She said, "Aapke paas GPay hai?" This is the progress our country has made. If a beggar can ask a GPay, which means we have made tremendous, success in transforming. So I think my experience has been quite mixed, very diverse, and very rich.
Mr. Kusnur, I would like to ask you about your role as the new consultant at Sri Lanka. Could you please explain a little bit to me and to the audience as well?
So it was a very interesting discussion. When I had gone to Sri Lanka last year, I happened to be introduced to the Minister of Water Supply. And they were very intrigued by what India has done in Jal Jeevan Mission and in the Jal Shakti Ministry. And when we told them that, this is what we are doing in terms of our innovation and in terms of identifying green and sustainable solutions to the problems that we have, and we presented the work that we did, we told them that a country like Sri Lanka can become a role model in becoming one of the first countries to be totally water positive. Number one, the size is something which is manageable, and we have a great experience of having intervened in India. We have a great experience of the knowledge of the government of having rolled out such flagship programs. I don't know if, how many of you know, Swachh Bharat 1 was by far termed as the World Bank as the most transformative human transformation program in the world. And this all started with Honorable Prime Minister talking about toilets on the ramparts of the Red Fort in his first Independence Day speech. Political ideology separate. This gentleman has actually created and sensitized the need for toilets and the need for women. I'm sure girls here will understand, but if you go around 50 kilometers from Bombay, you don't have toilets in schools there. You don't have proper menstruation facilities earlier. Now, of course, a lot has changed. So these were some experience which we talked about. And one of our key takes to every government or every corporate is to be water secure. And if you have water, you can really drive life. So that's when we talked about them. Sri Lanka has not done rainwater harvesting till now. And we are recommending them to do rooftop harvesting and generate and catch the rain. And it is a rain-intensive country. Sri Lanka gets rain for 5 months in a year. And the balance year also, there's some sporadic rain, but 5 months there is absolute rainfall. 70% of the sewage is not treated and goes down into the sea. So what we have advised them is to do rooftop harvesting and capture rainwater and treat the sewage water. We have a technology, as I told earlier, all our technologies work on gravity. They don't require power. They don't waste any chemicals. In our sewage treatment activity, we require 98% water, as against 50% recovered by conventional STPs. So our idea is to create an economy out of water, the blue economy. That is essentially what we have advised them, and they're working very closely on it. The idea is to harvest rainwater, recycle sewage water, satisfy the needs of Sri Lanka, and export this water to the Middle East, which requires it the most. So what we're trying to do is, and speaking to Afrin earlier on, and we've also innovated another technology, which essentially converts food waste into black organic fertile soil. So in a place like Middle East where water is a challenge, where agriculture is a challenge, the whole of Middle East imports all its basic cereals, its food grains, its vegetables, its fruits from overseas. We are now taking this ahead to Middle East countries and trying to enable food and water security, where we will be using recycled water to recharge groundwater. And we also innovated another technology for desalination, which again works on gravity, and it gives out rainwater quality water. So these innovations have happened over a period of time, and gratefully enough, India was also at that inflection point where they were implementing these, sort of forward-looking policies. So this entire experience together, our company Aquacraft Global in 2024 across the Middle East, Africa, US, and the ASEAN markets. So essentially, we are trying to put our learnings together and templatize that, go to specific countries, understand specific problems, try to enable new solutions, leverage local talent, build entrepreneurship, develop value for water, and trade water as a commodity.
Mr. Pratham, can you elaborate? Can you elaborate on the Green Your School project that you have done? And also, can you suggest some effective solutions that you implemented back then?
So the Green Your School project was something I did in, I think it was ninth grade, and it was for this competition. So we basically, the goal was to reduce carbon emissions, and as the name suggests, like make your school greener. We came up with roughly 10 solutions here and then. So one of the interesting ones was, so whenever you have centralized AC systems, there's generally some sort of I mean, there's some sort of thermostat that's used to regulate how intense the AC is, or like how fast the fan on it is, or how the temperature is. A solution where you would check the footage from like the camera and see how many people were there in a particular room, and if there were more people, we would increase the AC temperature, and if people leave the room, we would just detect how many people were there and increase or decrease the temperature based on that. And if there were no people, the AC would just be like on a very low setting. So that was something we proposed, and we got a prototype of it built as well. Other solutions that we came up with was, so in our canteens, there's a lot of green vegetables that's used. So lettuce for burgers and things like that. So we proposed hydroponics, and like in some of the empty areas of the school to like grow vegetables in house instead of having it like come from outside. So that was like a effective way to like use space and like reduce food waste and whatnot. We also proposed the idea of electric buses. So this was in 2019. So I think electric buses were still coming into the picture. I mean, right now we're seeing like in South Bombay, like you'll see most of the buses are in buses are now electric and slowly coming to fruition. We did some calculations on that, and I think by using electric buses instead of like diesel-based buses, we were able to save 90% of the carbon emissions. Another idea that we came up with was that there are certain there's this certain device that you can attach to the exhaust pipe of buses and internal combustion engine vehicles, and that converts whatever soot and smoke that's coming out of the car or vehicle, it turns it into like some sort of powder which you can then later process and use as pencils. And we were also to make a pencil out of that. So these were some of the ideas that we proposed, and we built prototypes for it, and I think some of the solutions have been implemented also. Like we have vertical gardens in places of our school now, my former school, and yeah, we were able to just increase some of the sustainable efforts. And I think a lot of the students also, they took these ideas home and they implemented their versions in whatever capacity they had at home. So we had a really nice impact there.
Again, a general question to all of you. As we contemplate on our future, what are the what steps should one take to lead a better path for India? What steps would you suggest? A better India.
I'll take the lead here. So I think the India that you guys will inherit from the current generation will be drastically different, a drastically different version of today. So if I talk about 2045, then again, coming from the economics point of view, Indian economy will be almost a $25 trillion economy. And I'm not saying this as a dream, but I'm saying this from my own experience, from the way I am looking at the models and the trends that are telling me that that's a reality. So this country is probably the only country in the world which will be doubling its economy every 6.5 years for the next 20 years. So just imagine the kind of opportunities and the wealth that this nation will be creating over the next 20 years. So obviously there's a lot of opportunity that that young people like you can expect. But the future will belong to those who identify their passions and then work towards perfecting their talents. I think we have a very good example here. The 19-year-old entrepreneur, he's starting very young. And I think it's very, very important for the future Indians to be specialists at what they do and take ownership and participate in nation building.
I think it's a very interesting question, and especially when you invite us to a program called India 2047. So imagining India at 2047, I truly start feeling that the first and the most important thing for all of us to do is to make sure that we are learning by doing forever. So we keep learning and we keep doing, we keep experimenting and we keep innovating, without which we will never achieve success. So the same example that you quoted is the 19-year-old entrepreneur sitting in the panel is not a miracle. It's because there was this thirst for learning and then doing something about it. So I'm sure everyone in the room would have like 1,000 ideas blooming in your mind, but many of you wouldn't have what to do with those ideas. So if you are able to pursue your dreams, your ideas, and convert it into some kind of action, I think anyway, as a generation, you guys are pretty blessed because you have all this innovation ecosystem and entrepreneurship and incubation ecosystem that you have. And this is, I think, most of the successful countries that you look at in the north, in the west, they actually have done this almost 2 decades ago. They have invested more in their youth, in their human resources, and then that is now they are getting a return on investment. The good part is we are a young country as India, and if you look at our neighbor, China is an aging country, Japan is an aging country. So we have an advantage area, and imagine India at 2047 with all of you who are young, with all the power and passion that you can come with. I think the only thing that that I have learned is you must keep going, learning by doing, experimenting and implementing. So if you have ideas, share it with someone.